It is 5:30 on June 19th, 2025, and we're going to have a public hearing on the proposed 2025-2026 general fund budget. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees of Lexington District 2, I want to welcome you to the public hearing on the 2025-2026 general fund budget. The board plans to continue to maintain open communications with its citizens, and by doing this, we hope to provide fiscally responsible programs and services that meet the needs of our students and make the community proud. Notification of the public hearing on the budget was published in the state newspaper on June 4th, 2025. At this time, Superintendent Dr. Brenda Hafner will give a brief budget overview for fiscal year 2025-2026. Following the overview, we will open the floor to public participation. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Hafner.
Thank you, Chairman Key. During our regular board meeting on May the 15th, 2025, we heard our first reading of the proposed budget for the 25-26 school year. That proposed budget passed the first reading at that time. It was posted on Diligent for public review on May the 13th, and the notice for tonight's public hearing, as mentioned, was posted in the state paper on June the 4th and on our website June the 4th, along with the informational brochure. Mrs. Strickland, do you have anything additional at this time before we get started? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. This evening, the board will listen to your ideas, but does not plan to discuss individual proposals. All ideas will be accepted as information only. If you would like to address the board, please make sure you have filled out a card. Only Lexington residents or Lexington taxpayers will be heard. When I call your name, please come forward to the podium and limit your comments to 5 minutes. During your comments, a digital on-screen timer will be displayed, counting down from 5 minutes. An alarm will ring when no time remains. As of right now, we have one that has signed up, and that is Miss Amy Brandt. Would you come forward?
Yeah, that's going to be too high. Go ahead. Good evening, everybody. I want to thank Dr. Hafner and all the board members and all the cabinet members for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm excited about being here. I just completed year number 31 as being a kindergarten teacher at Riverbank Elementary School in Lexington, 2. I'm extremely proud of my service to this district. I am loyal, just like many of my colleagues, and I'm loyal because I believe in the mission of this district. I believe in what you guys talk about every time we get together. Making our children the best we can be, serving who we have, taking them just as far as I can, taking them from where they start and going just as far. That's my job. I take that very serious. I take it very serious that my job is not just to teach them to read. My job is to teach the whole child. So what I do at the kindergarten level, although it may not seem that important, it is extremely important. We are the solid foundation that these children need to start. So I do take what we do very seriously. That being said, as much as I love Lexington, I hope they love me just as much. I've not only dedicated myself to this district, many of my colleagues who have been working just as long as I have given up working in other districts that maybe they drive by 2 or 3 elementary schools on their way to work. I know I do. Every day for 20-something years, I had a child in the car with me. Not only did I drive to those Lexington 2 schools, I brought my children to those Lexington 2 schools because I don't just believe in what I do, I believe in what we all do as a group, our mission, our purpose. That being said, I know it's important to bring in young teachers. I support that. I've done 15 student teachers, many practicum students, teacher cadets, the whole 9 yards. We have to grow the profession. It's extremely important. But what I don't want to lose is those of us who have hung in there along the way. We've hung in there. There's a whole group of us. We hung in when there was no retention bonus. when there wasn't a signing bonus, when there wasn't a raise. There was a time when we worked for several years when there was a budget crunch, and thankfully Dr. Venus Holland worked super hard to keep our jobs. But there was no raise, and that's okay. If you went into this profession to get rich, you made a really bad decision. This profession is about way more than money. It's about way more than money, but you can't discount the fact that we live in a world right now where things cost a lot. So I respectfully ask you to consider when you're thinking about budget and when you're thinking about how we spend our money in Lexington too. I absolutely believe in giving those new teachers a livable wage, absolutely. But don't forget about the people who hung in there, who stuck by us when things were really, really hard. The years that I had 30 in my kindergarten class, and yes, that's a 3 and a 0, 30 in one class. Don't forget about the people that gave up going to another district where maybe they weren't gonna have 30. I just ask you to respectfully think about the fact that we're one of the few professions where sometimes experience is not respected. I believe I am way better today than I was 20 years ago. I don't just believe it, I know it. I'm better today. I'm better with the children. I am way better with the parents. And I'm more passionate today than I ever have been about my students. Just because I've been teaching a long time doesn't mean I fall back on the lesson plans of last year or the thoughts of last year. New kids, new plans. They change that for you. So I do believe in what we do here. I believe in what I do, but I also believe in my colleagues who have given that time, who have given those 20, 30 years. So I respectfully ask, as you think about the budget, just remember, experience is important. We may not be the future, but we certainly have been an important part of the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt. Don't have any more unless Dawn has some out front. So we'll just, okay. We'll just wait it out. we're gonna go ahead and get back started. That was the most exciting 23 minutes of a board meeting sitting there, but that's what you got to do for the general fund budget. But I'm gonna entertain a motion to close out the general fund budget meeting.
Motion to close out general fund and move to regular monthly meeting.
All right, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. General fund budget meeting is closed, and now I call to order the monthly board meeting of June 19th. It's at 6 o'clock now, and this is our regular scheduled meeting. But as you can see, we're missing one of our cabinet members up here tonight. Ms. Cooper is not here, but tonight I'm gonna call her Angela because it's like family. You know, when you lose a loved one, it's tough. You know, I talked to her Wednesday, and she was down at the beach, and I said, "Have you been on the beach?" She said, "No, I just hadn't had time." I said, "Angela, go take time and walk on the beach." She said, "I think we will." I hope she took that walk that night, because you don't know what the next day brings. You know, because she lost a loved one that night. And so I ask you tonight to cherish your loved ones, hug them, and realize the importance of each and every day that you spend. Because you don't know when your day is going to come, when you're going to meet your Maker. Just know in your heart that Jesus was there. And I'm sure Angela's going to feel the love from us because she's like family. So I just ask y'all for her prayers for her, her family, and all involved. Just lift her up. So thank y'all. And I'm going to turn it over to our Vice Chair, Ms. Wooten.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today. You are indeed the giver. We thank you for all your blessings, for the successful outcomes of this board meeting. We ask that you continue to bless LexingtonTwo as we continue to seek your wisdom and guidance. We ask that you please wrap your arms around Dr. Cooper and her family in this time of grief. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, with no objections, the consent agenda stands approved as presented. And we're going to move on into our honors and accomplishments. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hafner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First up in honors and accomplishments tonight, we want to recognize two members of the class of 2025 who achieved an extraordinary accomplishment, not missing a single day of school in 12 years, and that is even through the COVID period. Those two are Lauren Alexander, a graduate of Airport High School, and Shelby Williamson, a graduate of Brooklyn Casey High School. If you're both here tonight, please come to the podium and just share with us what your plans are now that you've graduated from high school.
Hi, my name is Lauren Carpenter, and I plan to attend Anderson University and study medical imaging.
Hi, my name is Shelby Williamson, and I plan to attend the University of South Carolina in this fall and study biology.
Congratulations to you both. We wish you well. Next up, Brooklyn Casey High School Assistant Principal, Mr. Ryan Van Omen, is going to introduce us to one of LexingtonTwo's recipients of the prestigious South Carolina Teaching Fellowship.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board, and Dr. Hafner. Tonight I have the honor of introducing to you a young man who has been awarded the prestigious South Carolina Teaching Fellows Scholarship. This scholarship is awarded to high school seniors who plan to pursue a career in public education in the state of South Carolina. This scholarship awards $6,000 a year, totaling $24,000 at the conclusion of the college journey. We are so proud of him, and we hope that he will be back in 4 short years to serve us in Lexington too. I will give him the opportunity to introduce himself and tell you about his plans in the fall.
Hello, my name is Calvin Valentine. Last time I spoke to you guys, I was telling you I was going to Southern Wesleyan University. That has since changed. A few days out before graduation, I got the notification I was being announced as South Carolina's teaching fellow, and I'll be going to Winthrop. I had orientation this week, and I can say I've made a great choice.
Congratulations. Next, Mr. Van Omen is going to remain at the podium and be joined by Airport High School Principal, Mr. Matt Shillett, to talk about some of the prestigious recognitions that a number of our spring athletes received this season. If any of our spring athletes and their coaches are here, I would like to invite you to the podium as well after the principals talk about the spring sports seasons. Then I'd invite any of those spring athletes and coaches to introduce themselves.
All right. I'm going to read through the list, and then I'll welcome any of y'all up here to introduce yourselves. So we had a very successful spring season at Brooklyn Casey. Our all-region athletes for baseball were Preston Coggins, Brogan Sox, and Rylan Bullis. For boys soccer, we had Anthony Lacona Juarez, Andy Rivera, Joshua Alberto Ruiz, and Louis Law. For boys tennis, we had Caleb Steichleather, Campbell Parsons, who was BC's Player of the Year, and Knox Buchanan. Girls soccer was Lane Powers and Haley Cortez. For softball, we had Alyssa Bullis and Aubrey Dunnigan. Track and field, we had Aiden Price, DeAndre Dunbar, Jonas McCoy, and DeAndre Jones. For all-state in boys soccer, Andy Rivera. All-state for track and field was Aiden Price, DeAndre Jones, Aiden Price, Isaiah Daniels, Jalen Glover Garrick, DeAndre Jones, London Page. All Lexington County track and field, Aiden Price, Jalen Glover, Aiden Price, Isaiah Daniels, DeAndre Jones. State track and field, first place for the boys high jump, DeAndre Jones. First place for the boys 400 meter, Aiden Price. Third place for the girls high jump, London Page. Third place for the boys 100 meter, Aiden Price. Third place for the boys 4x400 meter relay, Aiden Price, Isaiah Daniels, DeAndre Dunbar, and Jalen Glover. Some school records that were met this school year for track and field. Aiden Price with the 400 meter had a school record of 47.16. DeAndre Jones for the high jump had a school record of 6.87. DeAndre Dunbar, 800 meter, had a school record of 2:01. Aiden Price, Isaiah Daniels, Jalen Glover, DeAndre Jones had a school record for the 4x400 meter relay. Aiden Price, DeAndre Jones, and Darian Toller had a 4x800 meter relay school record. Jonas McCoy, Isaiah McDaniels, David Daniels, and Galen Glover had a 4x100 meter relay school record. Jamorion Griffin for the discus throw, and Darian Toller for the javelin. That is a mouthful, but we are extremely proud of our spring athletes, and the ones that are here and their coaches are going to come up and introduce themselves really quickly and tell you a little bit about their plans and what they do at Brooklyn Casey.
I'm Coach Steve Kelly.
My name's Lauren Kelly. I am a first grade teacher in the district, and I am an assistant softball coach at BC.
My name's Madison Riddle. I'm an assistant coach at Brooklyn Casey and a full-time student at USC.
Hi, my name is Cameron Moody, and I'm a full-time student at USC and an assistant coach for the softball team.
Preston Coggins, going to Spartanburg Methodist, major in criminal justice. Brogan Sox, and I got one more year left, so I really don't know. Undecided.
I'm DeAndre. I'm going to Voorhees, and I'm studying business.
I'm Jalen Glover. I'm going to Voorhees for track and field, studying business.
Okay.
My name is DeAndre Dunbar. I plan on going to Millis Tech for welding.
Sweet.
My name is Aubrey Dunnigan. I'm going at Francis Marion for public health.
My name is Alyssa Bullis, and I'm a rising 9th grader at Brooklyn Casey.
And I did leave one out. We had one more all-region for track and field. That's Ashley Harrison.
Hi, my name is Ashley Harrison. I won region for disc, and I still have 2 more years of high school.
Okay.
I'm George Knox. I'm the girls' soccer coach at BC. One of our players is not here. Her name's Lane Powers. Real quick, she, for her career, scored 76 goals and had 84 assists. Made all-region 4 years. Played in the North-South game. And this is Haley Jimenez Cortez. She's a junior, and she'll, well, I'll just tell you, she scored 25 goals to lead our team this year and was our offensive MVP in all-region for her second year. But she's a junior.
All right, Damon Logan from Brooklyn Casey High School, head boys track coach. Aiden Price is not here tonight. He's in Oregon representing the U20. He's top 10 in the country in the 400 meters, so he's there. Hopefully we can win it and move on to the Summer Olympics games.
Wow.
Making sure they were complete. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dr. Hafner, always a pleasure to talk about airport. Today, as BC this way, we're going to share some highlights from our spring season. We had a fantastic spring season across the board for our sports teams. I'm going to recognize some names for you now. And obviously, the first group I'm going to get to after this. I'm going to share their names now, but more to come on baseball. But to recognize all region for baseball, and they are all standing to my right, but you'll have the opportunity to meet them shortly. We have Hunter Epps, Bryce Gillette, Braden Gross, Cash Epps, Justin Seitler, and Daniel Butts. Boys tennis, Peter Ellis, Ivan Gonzalez Hernandez. Boys soccer is Kevin Alcaran Bautista and Edgar Brito. Girls soccer, Kylie Merchant. And I always have a hard time with her name, so I'm going to say A. Zapita Hernandez. Softball, we had Avery Ingram, Addie Maynor, and Ariana Feliciano. And other region honors, again, we're going to get to these two, but we do have the Region 5 Region Baseball Player of the Region 5 4A Region Baseball Player of the Year, and Hunter Epps, who's holding the trophy over there right in the corner. And then our Region 5 4A Baseball Coach of the Year, actually was 4A Coach of the Year, Coach Casey Bradwell, who you'll be hearing from shortly. And then All-State Baseball, Hunter Epps and Bryce Gillette. Softball, Avery Ingram, and track and field, we had Ms. Colbreth in the girls' long jump and our boys' 400-meter relay. Moving on to some other recognitions, North-South All-Star Game, we had Hunter Epps and Bryce Gillette, and they were on the field for the winning moment during that game, because I saw a cool picture where I believe Bryce was pitching and Hunter was at short, if I'm not mistaken. So it's kind of cool for airport there. And in softball, we had Macy McCracken, who was named MVP of her All-Star Game for the state of South Carolina. We had Region District 3 4A District Champions, track and field, boys 4x100 relay team of Amari Lewis, Kyrie Montgomery, Kendrick Pearson, and Terrence Bolden. And at the state track and field championships, second place girls long jump, Ms. Colbreth, and third place boys 4x100 relay team by a split second, if not less, Amari Lewis, Kyrie Montgomery, Kendrick Pearson, and Terrence Bolden. And then fourth place district throw, Montrell Keys. And that's airport's spring season.
Did you want any of them to come up and introduce themselves?
Yes. Do we have any of the athletes here besides baseball? I see baseball. Well, we thank you for recognizing them. I know summer can be hard. When baseball comes forward, the ones that were all region will say who they are and that they were all region. And that is it for our spring wrap-up.
Great, thank you, Mr. Shillett. And now you're going to be joined at the podium by the Region 5 4A Baseball Coach of the Year, Casey Bradwell, and members of the baseball team and coaching staff to talk about their season.
They follow directions well, don't they?
Yeah, a lot of people. So as we're getting set up, As you are aware, we're here recognizing history. This group of young men and leaders, meaning the coaches, led us on an epic and incredible journey this spring that captured the attention of our school, of our community, of our district. I'm sure I know of our school board, and it was just a sight to see. Airport High School, and I'm not going to steal his thunder, obviously, for the first time in school history, won the state championship, and it was an incredible scene, incredible thing to see. For those that were not able to get there, the thousands of people that were at Airport High School for that clinching game was just a sight to see. I'm a pacer during games, and there were so many people I couldn't pace. So it was just really incredible. He's Coach Casey Bradwell, who is the 4A Coach of the Year, is going to tell you a little bit about their season, and you're going to meet these boys who made history. But with history and with the team comes a leader. And I can't say enough about the leader to my right. Coach Bradwell is finishing his 4th year as head coach at Airport High School. Doesn't ask for credit, doesn't seek credit. We had a banquet last night. He gave credit to everybody but one person. So I get to do it publicly tonight. You have certainly earned this honor and this opportunity to stand here before these great people and in front of your players who you pour your heart and soul into. I know how much this man puts into the program because I see it, and we talk a lot. But most people don't realize, and that is how we're here today, because without this man right here, and of course these great young men behind me, we would not be here. So Coach Bradwell, enjoy this moment. You have earned it, and congratulations.
Dr. Hafner, thank you for letting us come out and intrude on all this, with our 40,000 people we have here. I would like to talk about the season a little bit. Obviously, like Mr. Shillett says, I don't take a whole lot of credit. A lot of it has to do with obviously our players. They're the ones that play. We try to put them in good situations to play, and but they're the ones that have to do what we ask. And I got a coaching staff of 9 coaches that are, I don't know if you guys know, but we don't make a whole lot of money doing this. But those guys, man, they're there every single day. They do everything we ask, and they pour into these kids just like I do. And without those guys, none of this stuff happens. I will talk about our season for a second. We went 27-6, which is first in school history. We broke the record of 26 wins this year with 27. Obviously, like they said, we won our first state championship this year. Some other highlights: we second in runs scored, 4th in hits. So we did some incredible stuff. They've already told you the all-region guys. We had multiple guys on the state all-area team. I think it was 6, 3 or 4 on the first team, and 2 or 3 on the second team. And what's cool is us being an airport, we don't always get recognized. We've won a lot of games for a lot of years, and a lot of times there's not a lot of recognition. But for whatever reason this year, especially towards the end, a lot of these guys started getting some recognition, and it's the recognition they deserve, and that's really cool to see. But I wanted to talk about 2 guys, obviously 2 seniors that kind of led the way for us that we gave our MVP awards to last night. They kind of were the rocks of our team, Hunter Epps and Bryce Gillette. I know a lot of you probably aren't numbers people, but I got to read some of these numbers because they're really good. Bryce Gillette hit 387 with 41 hits, had a 492 on base percentage. That means half the time he gets up to the plate, he gets on base, which is incredible. He hit 9 doubles, 1 triple, 1 home run, which was a big home run, big grand slam in the lower state championship game to help clinch that. 29 RBIs, which tied Justin Seitler for the team lead. Scored 31 runs, also threw 37 innings. Went 8-1 with 31 strikeouts and under a 1 ERA, which those numbers are absolutely silly. So he had a great year. He's going to USC Union to play. And then Hunter Epps, there's not enough good things to say about that kid. 88 2/3 innings pitched in one high school season, which is way more than we've ever had. Went 10-3 with 4 saves, 82 strikeouts with 15 walks. 1.18 ERA, hit 311, had 33 hits, 7 doubles, a triple, a home run. And he is the toughest kid on the field night in and night out. And It was a lot of fun. It was fun seeing a lot of you guys, seeing y'all's faces out at the games, especially the last couple of weeks. It was a good run, and we are already back in the weight room so that we can try to not wait 30 years to do this again. So thank you guys for having us, and I'll let our guys and our staff introduce themselves. But thank you guys for having us.
My name is Justin Seitler. I'm a rising senior. I was all-region, and I'm a catcher.
My name is Daniel Butts. I was in here during the fall for all-region of football, but I'm a rising junior, and I'm a right fielder, and I made all-region.
My name's Cash Epps. I'm a class of 2027, and I'm the pitcher for the Airport Eagles.
My name is Bryce Gillette. I just graduated, and I play third base.
My name is Braden Gross. I'm a rising junior, and I play outfield.
I'm Hunter Epps. I'm a graduate. I'm going to USC Union, and I play shortstop and pitch.
Landon Jeffcoat, rising senior, first base.
Charlie Jackson, rising senior, outfielder.
My name is Cooper Chavis. I'm a rising junior and outfielder.
My name is Harrison Schaffner, rising senior, and I play first base.
My name is Braden Dunlap, rising junior, second base.
My name is Sean Feliciano. I'm a rising senior, and I play second base.
My name's Caleb Eubanks. I was a senior this year, and I'm a pitcher.
My name's Gabe Ingram, and I'm a rising junior, and I play outfield.
My name is Sunyata Anderson. I'm a rising junior, and I play third base.
My name is Isaiah Clemens, center fielder, and I'm a rising senior.
My name is Matthew Perry. I'm a rising sophomore, and I play third base.
My name is Ethan Goebel. I'm a rising sophomore, and I play first base.
Chris Kirkland, assistant coach, teacher, Airport High School.
Brandon Kaufman, assistant baseball coach, and just graduated from South Carolina, and hope to be at Airport this year teaching.
Chairman, board members, I'm Cameron Zimmerman. I'm an assistant baseball coach at Airport High School.
Lane Turner, assistant coach.
Jeremy Epperson, pitching coach.
Thank y'all.
Coach Brabble, if you'll stick around just a minute, seeing you reminded me that not only was he the Region Baseball Coach of the Year, but he was also voted Best High School Coach for Men's Sports in the 2025 Lexington County Chronicles Best of Lexington. LexingtonTwo schools and employees were also recognized. I'm going to go through those that were joining you there that evening. Best School Teacher, Mrs. Dorn at Casey Elementary. Best Elementary School, Springdale. Best Middle School, Fulmer. Best High School, Airport. Best Adult Ed Program. Best High School Coach, Mr. Bradwell. And Best School Administrator, Mr. Bundrick, who's there in the back. So just an applause for all those schools.
And Coach Bradwell, I only heard 3 seniors there, so ain't no pressure for next year.
Cleared it out.
All right, we're going to move on along now in public participation. Tonight, we have one person signed up to speak tonight. As mentioned, each person will have 5 minutes, and we just ask that no profanity be used. We also ask that you do not use staff or students' names. The board will not give feedback per policy and will receive all comments as information only. So with that, our first person up tonight is Melissa Goforth. Thank you for being here tonight, and your 5 minutes will begin now.
Thank you. Good evening. Happy summer. Last month, I pointed out just a few reasons why I feel the Lexington Board of Trustees board members were negligent since August 2022 in prioritizing CPIF funds for sports and athletics over safety. I'm so glad to see tonight's operation update on 3 new July activity bus arrivals. I also plan to tell you about Riverbank's growth, particularly with MAP testing this year. I spent a full day helping more than 200 Riverbank students that met or exceeded their MAP goals onto a mobile video game truck where they could celebrate with their classmates and battle it out on Mario Kart. It was a good time, and our leadership worked with PTO to make it happen. We absorbed that cost for them. I saw a student stop our principal in the middle of the hall to show off and celebrate their stretch goal achievement. Took a picture of that too because I was going to brag about it. I'm still not quite sure about what a stretch goal is, but they were, and that's awesome. I wanted to highlight that accomplishment, that principal, and his team at Riverbank for the great work that they had done, and I regret not doing so. Tonight, we'll hear updates on this agenda from principals of underperforming LexingtonTwo schools. There are 4 of them: Casey Elementary, Wood Elementary, Airport High School, Brooklyn Casey High School. They will give multiple updates throughout the year on their plan for a better path, evaluation of input and outcomes, That makes sense. Riverbank is not one of those schools, and we showed significant growth in MAP testing achievements. Even still, I'm extremely concerned about the most recent removal of leadership. I've spoken with teachers I love, I trust with my kids that have had concerns with Riverbank's most recent leadership transition. But as a parent that was there multiple times per week helping with PTO, I have to say the administration and the BOT has really gotten it wrong this time. Imagine coming to 1,000+ student school for your first year with no calendar. I couldn't believe it coming on as PTO parent treasurer. We had no calendar to work from for a full calendar year. Teachers confided in me that annual calendars used to be provided before COVID until a leadership change at the top of Lex2 administration, and then ever-changing demands from the district meant only monthly calendars could be maintained accurately. And at the end of the first year, what went right? What went wrong? We haven't really gotten a chance to look or at what we can improve on next year. I'm telling you, though, that man was in that mode, and Lex2 is missing out. And again, tonight, we'll hear from underperforming principals that still have their jobs and have been given an opportunity to defend themselves. That's interesting to watch go down as a parent. Why does Lex2 keep pulling principals out of retirement to smooth over a situation? That's not growth, that's comfort. A comfort zone is a beautiful place, but not much grows there. The process taken by administration was beyond disrespectful. After all the long emails we've gotten this year, sending nothing to our parents at the completion of the year was not the right answer. After the confusing staff email from Dr. Hafner on our principal's sort of departure was shared, a teacher confided in me. Before this year, this building always felt like Principal Sims and his Pineview crew ran the show. Everyone else was just along for the ride. This was the first year it felt like we were all even, just Riverbank employees. After Carline comments took off on social media the first week of school at the beginning of the year, it became clearer over the year that all of our kids were safer from harm the new way, being inside instead of outside at risk of an attack, a shooter, a medical emergency, anything. Even teachers that left for greener Lex2 pastures were upset and confided with me about the timing of these announcements and how the announcement affected their own contract signings. At least our vacancy report looks better this week than last week. Parents still have been given no notification or information about the change in leadership at Riverbank. Unacceptable. Our principals spent a year building relationships with students and parents Tact is seriously lacking in this district right now. Dr. Hafner, I did attempt to meet with you directly to address some concerns in person. I do appreciate the offer for a phone call, but when one of the most vocal parent volunteers in your district requests a 10-minute meeting anytime at your convenience in a 2-week time frame, please accept the meeting next time. Instead, I've learned and even given public participation about another subcommittee that gets all the time, and 1 or 2 former board members, a handful of failed board candidates that were never elected and yet have first-hand dibs on what happens in this district, a first-hand seat. I was invited to join this group, but when the invitation says that they're looking at finding out if they have to accept all Lex2 students, that's not the group for me. Finally, I would appreciate an update on Lex2 and where we stand on the Department of Education. We did not join the 16 states to sue about this COVID funds. I believe Ms. Strickland had said we were on the hook possibly for $861,000. Are we still on the hook? I would really appreciate an update on that. And if not, what are you all and our legislators doing to represent us with the Department of Education? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goforth. All right, we're going to move on along into our superintendent update, and I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Hafner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since our last regular board meeting, schools have celebrated numerous events highlighting the successes of our students throughout this past school year. All of those years of work culminate into the most important of K-12 education events, known as Graduation Day. At the end of May, we celebrated roughly 550 graduates, many of whom are now headed to college campuses this fall, and they are doing so with roughly $16 million in scholarships. In addition to the scholarship dollars, these graduates from Airport High School and Brooklyn Casey High School also had other recognitions, including nearly 50% qualifying for Life and Hope scholarships. A few other notable mentions from the 24-25 graduates: there were 212 honor graduates, 266 Life and Hope qualified scholarship recipients, 20 Palmetto Fellows, 307 graduates with seals or endorsements of distinction, 88 graduates offered scholarships based on merit, 44 AP scholars, 10 AP scholars, excuse my voice, 22 AP scholars with distinction, 12 AP scholars with high honors, 4 AP capstone diplomas, 26 early college program participants who earned college credits at no cost during the high school day, 26 South Carolina Seal of Biliteracy recipients, 26 Foreign Language Honor Society members, 25 Teacher Cadet Honor students, 18 athletes who signed letters of intent to play in college, 20 graduates with military honors. Our career-bound graduates saved more than $200,000 by completing their training for professional certifications at the LexingtonTwo Innovation Center during the high school day, rather than having to wait and take the training after graduation. While I know we will wish them well again at the August meeting, I thought it would be nice to capture some of those numbers here tonight and celebrate our graduates as we wrap up the 24-25 school year. So if we want to give them a round of applause, that concludes my report.
Okay, I'm going to move on along into finance, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Strickland.
Good evening to everyone. I uploaded the May financials last week. Are there any questions about the May financials? All right, thank you very much.
All right, without objection, the monthly financial reports are set as presented. And I'm going to keep it over there. This goes, we got capital project funding update? That go to Mr. Warren or?
That's later. That's later.
Okay. I was on that one. All right. I'm going to turn it over to Human Resources to Ms. Hucks.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Dr. Hafner, and board members. Good evening. We're getting there. We have 20 support vacancies currently as of this afternoon. 18 teacher vacancies, 3 of which are special ed, so it's a lot lower than the last report I gave last month. So, are there any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on down to instruction. Turn it over to Dr. McDonald.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. First off, I just want to give the board an update that last week we finally received a formal approval from the State Department of Education for us to move forward with our flexible high school program for the fall. So we've already been working behind the scenes on that, and we're pleased to get our final approval. And this week during the State Administrators Conference, the State Department actually used our submitted proposal as a model for other districts to consider ways that we could look for some flexible ways to support students who may not be on track for graduation. So looking forward to putting that into place. Already had some phone calls from other districts, and I kept telling them we haven't launched yet, so just know that we're working on it and we're moving, but we're very pleased with that, and so that's exciting for our high schools to be able to do that. We've already identified some groups of students at both schools to be able to help us put that program into place, so we're looking forward to sharing some updates on that with you as the year goes. Of course, earlier this year, we identified for you that 4 of our schools were listed as underperforming schools, and as required by statute, we are tonight presenting you their 60-day progress. And so we have the 4 schools here this evening. We've submitted that presentation to you, and rather than me reading through it, I'm just going to hit a couple of highlights for you tonight. Is this going to work? Maybe not.
Here we go.
Did it work? Oh, there we go. So just as a reminder, what we're doing at the district level to support our schools that are in the underperforming status. First off, we continue to facilitate regular meetings with them to discuss their progress, their specific strategies that they're putting into place, and also providing them with some additional resources and support. This looks like continued facilitated learning walks in our schools, but also going in and working individually with departments, particularly those that are high stakes, so to speak. So we're looking at our math, looking at our Algebra 1, looking at our U.S. history, and launching a number of initiatives around that. All of these schools have worked with our problem-solving team here at the district level to really specifically address gaps in performance for students with disabilities, for students of various minority groups, as well as our multi-language learners. And so we're continuing that work, especially working hard with them to make sure those things are happening and that we're really digging in. Of course, you've seen our problem-solving model before, and I'm gonna, well, this thing doesn't like me tonight, y'all.
She's gonna do it.
Just keep going. Just keep driving. And you, of course, have the results for each school, and the 4, I believe we have 2 principals here tonight and 2 assistant principals in the place of their principal to answer any questions you might have about these specific plans. Just as an FYI of where we go next, of course, we don't have any definitive data yet, so much of the data results that we do have are high school, but unfortunately those things are embargoed, so we can't talk about those at this table just yet. Until those embargoes are lifted, we'll be able to provide you with a full report later in the fall. These schools are already showing some signs of progress in some of the areas. We look forward to sharing that with you, as well as continuing to look for our scores. We're still waiting on language arts scores for our elementary schools and our science scores, which we're not expected to now receive until mid-July, which is substantially later than what we normally receive them. There's some recalibration going on with test scores. So the State Department gave a test, and now they're deciding what the results ought to look like. So we're having to adjust to that idea. And so we'll continue to bring you updates on that. These schools will have another report for you in the fall, 2 more times. As we get the year launched, of course, we'll be looking at a number of initiatives specifically in these plans. The first one is to launch some newcomer supports for our ML kids in our high schools, specifically looking largely at the BC population to be able to help support some growth there, as well as, of course, our high school flex program, and for our elementary schools, working on some revamping of intervention and some other support services that are in place. So I'm going to stop talking and allow our 4 administrators to help answer any questions that the board may have.
Dr. McDonald, the only question I have after looking through it is, a lot of times we talk about growth percentage. What is a growth percentage of 0 versus 50 versus 100?
If I understand your question correctly, what we typically look at is, can a school make a growth in a specific point by about 3 to 5%? So that's kind of our benchmark, is can we raise overall number of students who are meets and exceeds on SC Ready by 3 to 5% at each school. That is not a giant number, but it is a large number when you're looking at moving students who have been perpetually behind. So each of our benchmark numbers sort of looks at that 3 to 5% growth in the indicator. Did I answer that, or?
So if we say that we met growth percentage of 50%, 50% of 3, 50% of 5, 50% of 4.
I think it
Like,
would.
there's a bunch of spots and actual outcomes in here when you kind of look through it.
Do
and
you have a
read.
specific one that you're looking at so I can
The
go there?
first one is Casey. It's, based on 24-25 map. We had 47% of our special education students met growth percentage of 50% or higher in math, and 34% met growth percentage. But I don't see, if you look in that performance goal, it's PG4, we have increased achievement from 8.5% to 17%. So I guess is the growth percentage.
I'm going to ask Dr. Burgraff to come up to the microphone and just explain the difference, because one of the things we look at is obviously SC Ready, we're looking at an overall growth percentage in terms of from 30% to 33%. For MAP growth, it looks at a different metric. Do you want to answer that for us?
Well, I think I can answer your question, Mr. Bray. When you talk about the 8 and 17, that's looking at academic achievement percentages. Growth percentage, every student in South Carolina has 2 targets that they're aiming for. One looks at all the kids in the state of South Carolina who score similarly at the beginning point and says, what is the 50th percentile? If you line them all up from who grew the least amount to who grew the most, where's the 50th percentile? That's your first target, is to hit at or above that 50th percentile of growth. But if I stay there and I'm behind, I continue to stay behind. Everything just shifts forward down the spectrum. So the second growth target looks at what do I need to achieve in order to close that gap. That's when Ms. Goforth was talking about a stretch goal. That's that stretch goal. What do I hit my 50th percent growth target. I was better than average. But what is my extended growth that's going to close that gap? So when they reference growth targets, they're talking about those two. One is the median growth target and one is the added value.
So realistically, if we are not where we want to be, anything less than 50% growth is sliding down the slide.
Yes, depending on, as long as you're looking at the same pool of kids each time.
Which in this data, it would. Realistically, right?
That I don't know. I'm guessing probably not exactly because kids move in and out between MAP administrations.
Gotcha, yeah. All right, the main, that's what, I presume that a bit, but I want to make sure that like, often we can get caught in growth as an easier way to say that we're not where we want to be, but we're growing. And like, that's good, but as long, I want that growth to be well above 50. It needs to be in that stretch period. You know, catching up is hard.
Right.
And so if we're just expecting 50% as a goal, that's never going to catch us up. And so I just want to make sure that we understand what that data is up here so that we're not just happy with 50%. It's good. Improvement is great, but we've got a lot of improvement some places, and we'll make sure that we see that kind of end goal is not just a ratio of growth, but actual where the end line is.
Sure, and we look at it both sides. So to your point, absolutely, because if I'm at the bottom and I get a 50% growth, that's growth, but that's not enough to get me to that hump. So that's why we look both sides, the growth in general, but also how many did we move from the does not meet category of SC Ready into that meets category. So it's kind of a two-prong. You'll get the second prong in the fall, sadly. It'll be late, but you'll get that once we're able to post those results publicly. We'll be able to share that.
Thank you. The only other thing I had, Chairman, is yes, there's always a variable that changes on the report card every year, right? There's a potential one for next year, and then they weight them different. But I would love to see these with a kind of projection on that report card each time, so that when you look, I don't know when y'all are reading this, obviously we have different performance goals per school, right? However, the grade that is labeled to that got these schools in this position is all the same weight. And so it would be nice to have a little small calculation in that outcome section that kind of shows, hey, this is actually what is going to matter when we come next year and we see this part is growing great and this part might be a little bit lower, so we're gonna dedicate more resources, or, hey, board, can we get more resources for that? I think that would be beneficial for anybody to look at. Thank you.
Ms. Burkett?
I had complimented Casey Elementary when they first handed us these goals, and I want to continue to compliment them about this because they actually said they would increase ML progress from 18.9 to 28.9. And in their actual outcome, they tell us that they increased from 18.9 to 23.3. So they didn't meet their goal, but they did make a lot of progress, and that's something to be really proud of. And for most of us sitting up here, that is comparing apples to apples. We can see what that means. When we get to performance goal 4, the goal was to increase achievement for students, and the outcome we got was growth of students. Well, those are not the same thing. And so we have no way of measuring what that means, as Mr. Bray said. And so I really would love for us to see the goals put forth much as Casey did them, where we're planning to increase this much from this to this, and then tell us what you did. And in the high schools, I was delighted with the information that said we have this many students. I'm just picking a number out of the hat. We have 47 students who passed Algebra 1. Obviously, it was way more than that. But that doesn't tell us anything about, well, was that an increase? I mean, last year, did we have 87 or did we have 27, or it's still 47 from last year? So for us to be able to measure whether there is progress being made that we can actually report to the public, we have to have apples to apples and oranges to oranges. And so if we could just work toward that, that would be really helpful.
So just to your point, for your high schools, certainly we can look at that. For the elementary schools, it gets a little more complicated because, again, the state requires that we put measures for end-of-year tests, so for the SC Ready, which is what that performance goal 4 is related to. We cannot share those data out loud yet because they're embargoed by the state. So probably by that third, certainly by that fourth report that we give you for these 4 schools, you would have those actual numbers. We just aren't allowed to share that partly because we don't have all the results yet, but largely because it's embargoed until the state gives us that release date.
And how does that relate to, in Wood, Performance Goal 3 was to raise academic achievement points to a certain number of earned points. I really have no idea what that means.
Sure. So that's school report card language. So for the school report card, they're given so many points for academic achievement. And that's what that particular goal pertains to, is they want to increase the number of points that they earn on the report card in the academic achievement section from 13.56 to 16. So that's a different kind of goal, but it's still related to that. They're looking more holistically instead of specifically at a population or a group. And each school has a little different metric when they write these plans for the state based on what the most deficient areas of their school are. And for Wood, that was one of their more deficient areas.
And see, what I would love to see is, in the last school year, we got 13.56 earned points. Our goal was 16 points, and then whenever you can give us the information, just say, we got 14.89 points. I mean, just dumb it down for those of us who don't know all the lingo. Sure. So, thank you so much.
Any other questions on that?
I'm just accepting that as information, Mr. Chairman. That's my report tonight.
All right. We're going to move on into operations, and I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Hafner. We'll provide a little shorter operations update tonight as we've kicked off the summer with lots of our CPIF projects and other things, and look forward to bringing you photos and some completion photos at our August back-to-school meeting for a majority of these projects. But just quickly, safety and security update. We talked a lot about our in-service training with LexingtonTwo SROs and administration we had a couple weeks ago. Really appreciate our administrators turning out for that. We had great representation from our schools and from our law enforcement partners there, going through a multitude of different scenarios and trainings with our partners in law enforcement. So really some quality professional development for our staff. Continue that with an exercise last week with local, state, and federal agencies for evacuation efforts and discussions and planning, all the things that we hope we never have to do. We plan and prepare for those. So continue to do a lot of work in that department. Facilities and maintenance kicked off our CPIF summer this summer, and lots of bids coming in, ordering materials, purchase orders being issued for summer projects. Also, the turf replacement projects have started, along with many other of our projects that will provide a more thorough update in August with photos to document that wonderful work that's going on. Information technology, all of our CPIF monies, POs have been submitted for those, looking for delivery here soon. For all of those different things in the IT world that we need for our students and staff. Transportation, you see a few updates there. Bus maintenance and inspections are ongoing. Interviews continue for hiring new quality applicants. Summer programs, our instructional team puts on some phenomenal summer programs, and we support those, especially with transportation, making sure that our students can get to and from their camps and have a great experience this summer for those. And then our in-service training, you see a list of things there that'll go on during our in-service training, for our transportation staff. And student services, you see work continues there as well. It never stops with readmission meetings. And just looking at some numbers there, excited to share that we did have some decreases in our suspensions. And also expulsions, decreased by some substantial percentages. So, great work there by our student support services team and school administrators, working with our students and with the goal of keeping them in school and having them graduate in 4 years. So, and then we'll roll into our, CPIF update, that you receive every month, just lots of completed projects here. This is 24-25, so we'll roll to 25-26 in August with the work that'll be, for that. But you see, continue to like to see green on this document. There's a lot of green here, but then also the yellow. I talked a little bit about our IT, monies that were spent recently, and a lot of those will be coming in here in the next couple of weeks, and we can check those off as well. So happy to answer any questions about any of this information.
Mr. Chair, two things for you. First one, how are we looking at on closing out the PAC?
Goal is
Budget world?
End of July.
And before we do that, are we gonna make sure they fix the dead street trees out there in the parking islands?
Yeah, we're working with our landscaper on those. Mm-hmm.
Perfecto. That was number one. Number two was contingency on CPIF 400K. What's the update there?
I have to look at that and get that to you. I know we haven't tapped into a whole lot of that, but I'll provide that for you.
Thank you. That's all.
Any other questions for Mr. Warren? All right. We're gonna move on into unfinished business, what we're all waiting for. We're gonna turn it back over to Ms. Strickland.
Okay, tonight I'm bringing back Scenario 1 and Scenario 2 of the general fund budget. There were a few changes since the first reading, and that was due to us receiving some updated projections on some expenses, and they are listed at the bottom of the additional request list. Also, in the second reading of the budget, in the revenue projections that I received from the State Department of Education, I used the Senate Finance revenue projections, whereas the first reading I had the House Ways and Means projections. And the difference in those two projections was $788,000 increase. Okay? So with Scenario 1, that brought our budget to balance using 1.4 mills. We were allowed to increase 5.59 mills for growth and CPI, and that, again, I'm just reminding you, this is reassessment year. So our reassessment, our mills roll back to 169.3, and then using 1.4 mills to balance the budget, they would go to 170.7. Are there any other questions about scenario one?
Just one. If you go back to the first page, we have rollback is 169.39, and then we add 1.4 to it, and we have 169.30. So if you, 16939, 16930. I know it's just a tenth of a mil, but
So what happened with the county, apparently, they were only supposed to do 1/10
Tenth
of a
instead of a
death.
hundredth?
Yes, and so that's gonna change this coming year. So, I mean, it doesn't make that big of a difference in, you know, what we would receive.
so we would be really, in that scenario, we wouldn't be 1.4, we would be 1.31, I guess.
I don't understand what you're saying.
If I take 170.7 mils and I subtract 169.3, that would give me 1.4. But if I subtract 169.39, that would give me 1.3231. I didn't write my math down, but I just want to make sure we know what millage we're asking.
It would
To
be
go
the
to.
1.4 mils to the 170.7.
Okay. That's all I got.
Anybody else have any questions about the first scenario? Okay, the second scenario, the only thing that changes with the second scenario are the salary schedules. So I'll move to the salary schedules, since that does make up roughly 84% of our budget, the salaries and fringes. So for scenario one, what I did is I took the current salary schedule, added $1,500 to step 0, and then I mirrored the step difference of the State Department's minimum teacher salary schedule. So if you look at the state's minimum teacher salary schedule, and you look at the step difference in between the years of experience, I used the same difference in that schedule in our proposed scenario one. And I could do that all the way down until our current salary is higher than what that increase would have been. And that's where we come into the yellow cells. At that point, we walk into our current salary schedule. Our salary schedule stops at step 30. The State Department of Education, their minimum salary schedule stops at step 28. So anyone with 30-plus years of experience would be placed, anyone with 30-plus years of experience would be placed at step 30. In both scenarios, everyone eligible for a step would receive a step for their experience. Are there any questions about scenario one? No, that was scenario one. All right, scenario two, we added $1,500 across the board to every cell to our current salary schedule. With scenario two, and I'll jump back in a second to scenario one, scenario two, the classified and administrators will receive a 2% cost of living. With scenario one, it was a 1%. Are there any questions about that? Okay, now I asked for approval for one of the salary schedules.
I'm ready. Okay.
scenarios.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the administration's recommendation for scenario two.
I have a motion, do I have a second? Have a second?
And Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to amend my motion for the following. I would like, we change that the 2% increase goes to the support staff and non-certified across the board. A 1% increase goes to administration across the board. We shift the increase to 1,000 instead of 1,500 to all certified teachers, which would include all teachers, including our veteran teachers beyond 30 years. Then, of course, everyone gets their step increase on the certified below the 30 and below.
All right, I have an amended motion. Do I have a second for
I
that?
second.
I have a second, Ms. Burkett. Any discussion on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, we talked about this at our open workshop earlier this week, and I ran the numbers through spreadsheets, doing that, and the scenario one came to like an average increase of 2.7%. Scenario two, with this amendment, came to almost exactly 3%, which is very similar to what the cost of living and was recommended by the state. So I think it's, we talked about this, the matrix doesn't make sense in many cases, and we got to come up with a better system. We got to plan on it a lot further in advance, but at least for right now, I like what it does from a consistency standpoint. You heard Ms. Brandt speak earlier. Scenario one, I think, penalized the experienced teachers, and this, I think rewards the experienced teachers a little more. So I'm very much in support of this amendment. Again, like I said, a lot of work to be done, I think, in the future, but right now, I think it satisfies, what we need to do.
Mr. Bray?
Yes, sir, thank you. In years past, we would typically have a little thing up here saying, if we raised your millage by 2 mills or 5 mills, this is, what it would cost a house, a $200,000 house, or, do we have that up here?
It's up there. It would be on, it's the page after where it has the calculation of the mill.
On scenario one or two, or?
It's on both scenarios, right, keep right there.
All right, so this is for 2 or 1?
That is for scenario 2. So scenario 2, to balance the budget, we would have to increase four of the, on the original, would have to increase 4 of the 5.59 mils.
4 of the 5.9, there's no clawback, and then on the first one, doing the math, is 0.31 mils that we would have to increase. So for the, I don't know, however many thousands and thousands of taxpayers we have, we're talking about 3.61 millage increase for basically a 3% instead of 2.7%. Is that what you said?
Well, this is without the amendment. The amendment.
It's going to bring it down.
It will bring it down somewhere closer to scenario one.
I didn't hear the amendment reduce the millage.
I believe it does.
Yeah, so the amendment that was brought reduces the total expenses. So that would reduce the millage about approximately 2 mils.
So in our amendment, the most important thing is that we, as a board, is that we're picking how much we levy taxes on all the business owners, homeowners, everybody who lives in the district. So right now in this amendment, and granted I wasn't there Monday, but what millage are we saying that we're going to be levying on all of the property tax owners, the business owners, all of that? I know number one is 0.31, so that's.
I'm not sure where you get 0.31.
So if I take the requirement, if you can go to number one, if I take, real simply, if I take 170.70 and I subtract 169.39,
So our rollback millage, we would roll back to 169.3.
39.
Well, they're gonna drop that 9. The county's gonna drop the 9.
Yeah, but we're not dropping the 9 on number 2, so we gotta, like we talked earlier, apples have to be apples.
Oh, I understand what you're
So
saying.
I'm fine whichever way it is, but we can't treat a whole mill different in each way.
Well, we would drop the 9 on both scenarios. Like, so, scenario 2, it would be 169.3, and then the capture in the 4 mills, the growth and the CPI, it would go to 173.3.
So we're just dropping the 9
We'll
off.
drop the 9, that's what I was told by the county.
Well, that makes sense, because a 9 and a 9 zeroes out, but a 0 and a 9 don't zero out.
All I can say is from what I was told from the county, they were dropping that digit.
So based off this amendment, does anybody know what I'm saying, what I am voting to go tell everybody out in?
You want the millage increase for the amendment.
I want to know how much we're taxing people. That's the
Right.
biggest
And we need
thing
to
that
know
we
that.
do.
So if we need to.
For
if we need some
scenario
time
2, for the amendment.
For the amendment.
Yes. So originally, it would increase 4 mills. So with the decrease in the expense, that would take that down, because the total decrease is roughly $572,350, which is roughly 2 mills. So the millage would go down, so I wouldn't increase 4 mills, it would just be 2 to balance that budget.
So can we add that to the amendment, that the budget is an
Yes.
increase of 2 mills?
Yes.
Is it exactly 2?
It's not gonna be exact, well, it would have to be exactly in this scenario.
We will need to know the millage, so
Yeah.
what, do we need to, I mean,
would-
we could take a break of some sort to run that millage increase for the amendment in the total budget we're approving?
It would be 2 mills. It would
Okay,
reduce
so
it by 2 mills.
we'll say that, that will be
Yes.
a part of the amendment.
In the
Would-
formula, it would reduce it by 2.
Mr. Chair, I move to amend the amendment to add that it'll be an increase of 2 mills.
Second.
All right, any discussion on that? And that is for scenario 2.
Scenario 2.
With the amendment.
Amendment
Amendment.
that's been amended.
Yeah.
All right, we might pull up the book on this one. All right, we're gonna vote on that. We have a motion, and we have a second.
We have to vote on the amendment to the amendment first. Yep.
Right, we'll have to work our way back, but
Yeah,
this is where
we'll
we
work our way
are.
backwards. So,
Mr. Bray's first.
Yep.
so all in favor of Mr. Bray's amended motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Now
we
we're
vote on
going
the
back to.
Ms.
Linda's.
Wootens.
All right. We had a motion and we had a second on Ms. Wooten's. All in favor of that one, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Now we need to go back
To scenario
to
2
scenario 2
with the amendment.
with all the amendments. So we had a motion and we had a second. Any discussion on that? We all together?
I just want to mention that there's no fund balance in
Correct.
the budget this year.
Correct.
And I would like to ask that you bring us possible models to adopt for next year, maybe by the September meeting, just possible options so that we can have those discussions before January for the model or, system we want to adopt. So when we get to January, February, and actual budget meetings, we'll know what we're starting with.
Are we talking about salary schedules, or what are we?
Salary schedule, so, yes.
Okay.
Because scenario 1 kind of was off the state minimum, and it was a certain amount over consistently, but it was some kind of system. Some districts do percentages between steps and that kind of thing, so just some options for the board to review, maybe around the September meeting.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Burkett?
Yeah, could I just reinforce that when we had our most recent budget meeting, you sort of said to us, some districts do this and some districts do that. We don't want you to plug in every number. We just want to know what those some things are so that we can kind of be looking at different systems.
Okay,
That's what we would like to look at.
okay.
Thank you.
I think, Ms. Castles, you have one?
Yes, I would also, when we have a workshop next time, if we could all come together and you guys tell us your wants and what you want to have, and us come and say what we have to have from the state, what we would love to have, what's the luxury, but what we really want, and then we can get the number, strike out, kind of bring it back down, and then meet again. If it doesn't work out, put it back in and do it all over again, so we kind of all have something. And I think one, I just think two is, I don't know about y'all, but I'm used to having one scenario instead of having two that are all over, but that's me.
And I think that's what, once we adopt the model, I think it'll really help us get to that one scenario. Yeah.
Thank you. Three ask and that go. Salary schedule, ask 100%. With the salary schedule, something I'd like all of us to think about. There's nothing, I looked it up earlier today, there's nothing that keeps us from improving the salary schedule in future years ahead of time prior to the budget. One of the new laws that is being done right now has, that we've got to get offers out there earlier. I would like us to consider in the salary schedule concept to have a minimum increase that we will have out there. So that a teacher who wants to sign back up with LexingtonTwo knows, hey, at least I know I'm getting 0.5%, 1%, something of that sort. Now, when the revenues come in and the budget comes, guess what we can do? We can always ramp it up, or we can give a bonus or a retention or anything of that sort that it makes it to where we can manage the money in kind of a fiscal concept that we would see outside of school. So that's number one. Number two is when we bring those salaries, if we can really kind of like Ms. Rucker and Mr. All did, if we can highlight those cells that are kind of cattywampus from the rest of them, that are still really, really broken, and highlight which ones go to where we need to be marketing. So, at the end of the day, the reason that we pay people is to be able to get them here, right? And so if we're looking at going to adding a different section or adding more years or taking years away, I want it to at least be data proven so that when we go and say, hey, we've got to raise your millage by 3%, business owner who that makes a huge dent to, here's exactly why we had to do it, not just because arbitrary or because a couple of people had anecdotal emotion to it. So I would love that side of it. And then thirdly is, I mentioned the word clicks last month, and I heard more about that than I probably heard of anything else. I didn't know printing was such a serious thing, especially in elementary school. So when we come back for the August meeting, if we can really make sure that at least in our elementary and middle schools, that the ability to print is not highly stifled. I was absolutely floored how many people said, I didn't know the word clicks before that, but like that was a big, big deal, especially when we look at the budget we spend on books and all these other things. And when you look at, pupil activity, like we've got the money there. So I think there's a breakdown somewhere, and I would like us to talk about it to make sure it's fixed for this next school year. That is all. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Brady, anybody else had any questions on that? All right, I'll call for the vote then. All in favor of scenario 2, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. First of all, I want to thank the board because there's been a lot of discussion over the last month over this and a lot of hard work and late nights, phone calls, trying to get through it. So it looks good having a 7-0 budget coming through, so thank y'all. All right. That went painless. All right. Now we're going to move on into consideration of second and final readings for the proposal revisions to the board. And we're going to look at, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the second and final reading of proposed board policy IKE, promotion and retention of students.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. All right. Got it.
Mr. Chair, I move to consider the second and final reading of policy JLCG, seizure and safe schools.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And now we're moving into
D, I move that we accept the second and final reading of policy JLCD, assisting students with medications and other health needs.
Second.
All right, had a motion and a second. Any discussion? Oh,
Yep.
got one for,
Just one quick
Ms.
thing,
Rucker?
Mr. Chair. It looks like we need to add, under proposed change, including the administration, we need to add of medication, but just minor, but we need to fix that before we publish it. Thank you.
all right, any others? All right, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, motion carries. All right, we're gonna move on into new business and turn it over to Dr. Hafner.
Okay, at this time, I'm gonna, she's already there.
I hope it's already up there.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Dr. Hafner, members of the board. This is really more of a standard protocol tonight. I would like to request authorization from the board for Dr. Hafner to apply for Title I, Parts A and D, and Title III funding. To give you a little background, the Title I preliminary allocation for fiscal year 2026 is $3,042,989.36. That indicates an increase of $89,059.37 from last year. So that is a 3% increase in Title I Part A funding from last year. The preliminary fiscal year 2026 allocation of $74,863.70 for Title I Part D, which is neglected and delinquent funds. This is provided to our Three Rivers Residential Treatment Facility, and that represents a $9,421.42 decrease from last year. That's an 11% decrease. We have not received a preliminary fiscal year 2026 allocation for Title III, Part A, which is our multilingual learners at this time. That's not unusual. It usually comes sometime in July or early August.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve authorization for the administration to apply for Title I Part A, Title I Part D, and Title III.
Second.
All right, have a motion and a second.
I do have a question, Mr. Chair.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
sir. Does this lock us into any particular FTEs for the next year?
Actually, Title I Part A funding is largely used for salary and benefits and some instructional supports. But as far as locking us in,
Those plans are not written until typically August, so those won't even be submitted. So
Right.
of course, that money flows through on the federal calendar, so we won't be seeing that. So you're actually 2 fiscal years away from the full extent of the spend of that particular set of funds.
Often we are told, we can't do X, Y, or Z because we've approved federal funding and, that money is fenced, and then we're stuck with whatever for the future. So I just want to make sure on record that approving this doesn't affix us to an FTE count for some type of coach or instructional or anything in the future. Is
the
that,
plan hasn't even been written as of this time for 2026.
thank you, ma'am.
Tonight is just, like I said, more of a standard protocol, just so that we can request the authorization for Dr. Hafner to just apply for the funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we had a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right, we're gonna move on down into consideration of first reading of proposal revisions to Board Policy KBE, Relations with Parent Organizations, proposal deletion of Board Policy LEC, Support Organizations, and proposed revisions renaming of Administrative Rule AR-LEC-R, Support Organizations to new Administrative Rule AR-KBE-R, Relations with Parents Organizations. And I'll entertain a motion
Mr.
for
Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the consideration or first reading of the proposed revisions to the policies as you just presented.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion on them? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye. And I move that we approve and ratify the one student travel request, and it has already happened. BC High School to attend FCA football camp at the Citadel, June 16th through 18th.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Whew, that was a painless meeting there. So we're gonna move on into announcements now. July 3rd, 2025 is Independence Day holiday. July 28th is Teachers Return. August the 1st, Convocation, Lexington Performing Arts Center, 8:30 a.m. Yeah, we getting right back in it. August the 5th, first day of school for students. August 7th, back to school board meeting, district office at 6 p.m. And then August 21st, our regular monthly meeting of the Board of Trustees here in the district office at 6 p.m. I'll entertain a motion for executive.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the Board of Trustees enter closed session for the following: receipt of legal advice regarding Board Policy BC and BDD, receipt of legal advice regarding student matters, receipt of legal advice regarding Board Policy BEDB, discussion regarding LexingtonTwo property, and consideration of personnel appointments, reappointments, and resignation.
Second.
All right, had a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We are now in executive.
Are you good?
Okay, I make a motion that the meeting be reconvened in open session and the appropriate affidavit executed.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Back in executive.
All right.
Back in open.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the administration's recommendations for new hires, reappointment, resignations, and retirements.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the administration's recommendation for the administration positions at BC High School and Pine Ridge.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.